Good evening, folks. Good evening. It is I, Almantas, former professor, current VTuber, old man who loves old things. And I am grateful to be here. I'm grateful to be here. I hope that everyone else is having a lovely, lovely start to their week. I enjoy the start of my week quite a bit, and I enjoy getting to do it with you, despite the fact that I forgot to change my channel status when I hit launch. I do wonder about my mind sometimes. I do wonder about my intelligence at moments like that. I wonder, is there a technique to set up OBS so that it gives me a pop-up if I try to hit go live without editing my stream info? Enjoying Mondays is unhinged, I'm sorry. I mean, Monday is my big streaming day. It's my favorite weekday for streaming. I get to have a lovely Monday streaming for folks. This is my favorite part of the week, is streaming, and Mondays tend to be my best stream. Probably write that in Streamerbot. That's true. That's true. That's true. And it's particularly silly this time because I did take the time to check and make sure all of my audio sources were what I wanted them to be, because I noticed during my last stream, when I checked my last VOD, it turns out that I had muted all of my music and nobody mentioned anything. So my VOD looks like poop. Sounds dreadful. It would be super easy in Sammy. I have always found that Sammy is always just slightly harder to use than Streamerbot, so it's probably incredibly easy to do in Streamerbot. I just need to figure out how to do it. Actually, I might even know how to do it. In fact, I can actually think of some ways to do it right off the top of my head, now that I'm thinking about it out loud. Now that I've thought about it out loud, I think I know how to do it in Streamerbot. I'm pretty sure it does. I haven't fiddled around with that, but I would be really shocked if it didn't. I mean, it's CSVs. They're CSVs, man. Love CSVs. CSVs are a wonderful file type. We should all be so lucky as to have CSVs in our life. We should all be so lucky. Update titles in CSV. That is not what I was even thinking about. I was just simply thinking about that's certainly an option. I was thinking about a much cruder option, which is that I make a go live button inside Streamerbot, because there's quite a few pieces of the interface for both OBS and Twitch that I just do inside Streamerbot because it's easier. It is legitimately easier to do to change your redemptions inside Streamerbot than it is to change them in Twitch. Goliath was asking about this. Goliath was asking about this on Blue Sky, and I think they may have asked a follow-up question about the question of creating redeem profiles. So like you have certain sets of redeems that only apply for certain categories, and I have no idea how to do that in Twitch, but in Streamerbot it's really easy. It's really, really easy in Streamerbot. And that's how I do. Actually, hold on. There's actually one that I need to manage right now. Ho ho. There's one that we need to manage right now. Whoop. And I should come back. Yes, there we go. Perfect. Perfect. That's what I expected. Perfect. Yep, we're in a good state. We're very code moding today. I mean, that's because you're here, Bug. That's because you're here, Bug. Bug is like way smarter than me at this. Let's give the shout out to Bug. Bug is way, way smarter than I am at the coding side of VTubing, and this creates a bit of a challenge for me in that Bug and I are using different programs, and I am old, so I found Sammy frustratingly Web 2.0 to use. That was kind of my feeling with it, I felt like I was looking at like a Web 2.0 website when I was using Sammy. And Streamerbot is just programming. It's just codes. But I'm much worse at coding. I am not actually good at coding. I don't know what I'm doing. So it's a little bit silly of me. It's a little bit silly of me. But yes. Bug is a delight. Bug is an absolute delight. And Bug is going to be here on... What's the name of that day? Friday. Bug is going to be here on Friday. We'll have Friday Bug. We'll have Friday Bug, where she and I will be talking about nostalgia, because that's what we always talk about. That's what me and Bug are always here to talk about, is about nostalgia. Nostalgia as a conceit. As a practice, as a way of being, right? As a lifestyle, as a thing that we do, as a thing we cannot escape, as a monster that is always confronting us, as a little nightmare that we all just kind of have to live with. But yeah, that's nostalgia for you, baby. That is what it is like to live a life in the 21st century, is to spend it almost entirely constantly yearning for an imagined better past that may have never existed and certainly never will again. Because that's what it is. That's what it is. But yes, on that note, I think it is time for me to run down the hellos. For me to run down my hellos. Hello to Seribots. Hello to me. Hello Pekoneko. Hello Winday. And I hope that you have a good day at work, Winday. If you show up again, I'll be very happy. If you don't, well, I'm sorry that work was bad. Hello is hard to show emotions. Hello Epion_Avenger. Hello Punderful_Owl. Hello Bug Vermont. Hello to Botmontas, and hello to Stressed Owl. And of course, it must always be said, hello to the lurkers and the VOD watchers. I appreciate each and every one of you. It is a great joy to me, and it is greatly flattering to me that there are folks who look at what I am doing and think that my work is interesting enough to be worth watching even when I am not alive. Well, not live. I guess I'm kind of alive. But when I'm not live. But yes. So I got through quite a few birthday messages last week, and you saw me post them, and another one was posted today. For my dear friend Glitchica. Today is her birthday, and I just barely made it in time. And I have no idea what the deal is with her, but writing her birthday letter was a deeply, deeply cursed experience for me. I could not stop making spelling mistakes. It was incessant. It was awful. It made me very frustrated. I think I messed up her birthday message 6 times. And usually I get it. Usually it just takes me one. Right? Usually it just takes me one. And then I am done. I can usually one and done most people's a nice little birthday message for somebody. I like to take my time to I like to take my time to write down what... I like to take my time to space things out in advance, to not just do it all in one shot. But... And so usually I take the time to go into Notepad and write out some things and just kind of get a general gist of how many characters per line I'm going to be using for what I'm going to be writing. Usually about 25 across and about 7 down is about a good letter length for the size of pen that I am using. So other than, like, I'll do that, but that's not writing, that's not putting pen to paper. Once I put pen to paper, it's usually takes, like, one attempt. I have to warm up, but if I'm warmed up and if I'm feeling good and if the pen is cooperating with me, it's usually a one and done. That was not the case with Glitchica. I have no idea why. I have absolutely no idea why. But that happens. It was pretty frustrating. It was pretty freaking frustrating. However, she has gotten the birthday message. She has gotten the birthday message. She has received it. It is on Twitter. You can look at it on Twitter if you are so inclined. And actually, hold on. I've got another... And... do I have... Well, let's do my dailies, which I am notionally doing every day, and in practice absolutely not doing every day. Not even close to it. Let me get them open. Alright, let's go over here. That's the schedule for the week. You are currently in the calligraphy stream. The calligraphy stream is all around you. Tomorrow I am going to be playing Deep Rock with my friend Rotmost. I like Deep Rock a lot. I really like Deep Rock. I will be playing on my VTuber account, so I will not be super late game. I will merely be pretty late game, so that's going to be an interesting change for me. Wednesday's movie night is Downfall and Inglourious Bastards. We are killing Nazis. That is the deal there. Those are going to be some dead Nazis. And on Thursday, Deltarune. Deltarune Chapter 3 and 4 are coming out on Wednesday, but I'm sticking to my guns. I'm doing Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday. And then Friday is Bug. Friday Bug is coming over. Friday Bug will be visiting, and we will be seeing her takes on nostalgia, which we've totally never heard before. But let's do some puzzles. Let's start off with the easy one. Crave. Okay. No A, but there is an E that is not terminal, so it's not... Well, I can't do erotic anyway, because that's 6 letters. Let's eliminate some things that are going to drive me nuts. Like, could there be 2 E's? And could there be a terminal S? There are 2 E's. There are 2 E's and there is no S. Broke, it's not going to be broke because there's no terminal E. We know that terminal E is wrong, so it couldn't have been broke. We know that there's no S. So what are I'm glad I did trees, because otherwise I would have been driven slightly insane by wondering about double E. Double letters always are a problem. What? What is B-R-E? What is R-E-E in the middle that isn't tree? And isn't creep? We know that it's not creep because we know that C has been eliminated. Freed? Let's try freed. Preen's not a bad choice. Preen's not a bad choice. That's a good one. I'll try preen. Whoop. I will spell preen correctly. You were correct. It's hard to show emotions. You were correct. It was preen. Preen was a good choice. Let's go over to connections. Okay. Okay, frankincense, myrrh are things that were given... Hello, beautiful angel. Hello. Frankincense and myrrh were things that were given to Jesus on his birth. They were the three kings. I think the third one was gold, and we need a set of 4 anyway. Journey, voyage, odyssey, and quest, those are synonyms, so I will sit on those for the moment. Sphinx and nymph are Greek mythological creatures. Markdown? Looks like a coding thing. Yeah, I did it pretty fast. I tend to do Wordle pretty fast. I do know that as much as I talk about how good I feel like I am at Redactyl, I am good at Redactyl because I'm very slow at Redactyl. I am optimizing Redactyl for number of guesses. When we look at the average times for Redactyl, I'm actually very slow. Most people are just guessing, like, insanely fast. I am not going for speed on Redactyl, though. I'm going for number of guesses. Value, rhythm... This is interesting. Treasure, prize, jackpot... are near synonyms. Markdown, value... are things that you might say to put something on sale. Yeah. Well, the thing is, like, then we've got 6 if we do that, right? Because it's prize, frankincense, myrrh, treasure, jackpot. That's 5. That's 5. So I think they're doing something else for us. Esteem. I'm trying to... What in the world does rhythm have to do with... Rhythm and nickname are the 2 that are really throwing me off. Those 2 are... Rhythm and nickname are really throwing me off. I'm actually starting to think that frankincense and myrrh might be in somebody's song lyrics, and it's a song that I don't know. And that they are screwing with me. They are screwing with me. There. Rhythm... Sphinx, Nymph, Odyssey are also... also Greek mythology related. But nothing else is. Let's just start eliminating things because I'm giving myself a headache. Let's try this. Yep, okay, that's the yellow. Expeditions, yep. Only gotten yellow for connections today. As ever, I am pretty confident that I will only get the purple... when we get to the end. Esteem, nickname, value treasure? These are also near synonyms. Okay, cool. Hold dear. Okay. So Steam prize treasure value. Okay, okay. Now we're down to blue and purple. And I'm guessing that the purple is going to be completely incomprehensible. I'm guessing that the purple is going to be like, appears in this song that I've never heard of. Appears in a one-hit wonder from the 1970s. Or even worse, a one-hit wonder from the 2000s. Nymph Sphinx Jackpot nickname. Frankincense Myrrh Rhythm Markdown. I'm just gonna be crazy and just try this. Oh, that's the worst answer. That's the worst possibility. I am one away with these three. Okay. It's basically impossible to brute force this. There's basically no way to brute force this at this point. And if we're ever going to brute force, it's going to be here, though. There's something that these things have grammatically in common. Nymph, Sphinx are... Nymph is associated with Egypt. Nymph is associated with Greece. Sphinx is associated with Egypt. Nymphs are also that's an insects term, but nothing else here I can think of how it's related to biology. Sphinxes are a type of cat. I don't see anything else that's cat related here. Sphinxes are archaeological. The Sphinx is famously defaced. Okay, so that's 2 away. It's 1 away. I'm just gonna try I'm just gonna brute force it. No idea. Words' only vowel is Y. Names... bullshit. Names ending in K plus a word. This is why I don't respect the connections. This is why I don't respect connections. This right here is why I don't consider connections a good test. This is why I consider it the worst of the quizzes that I do on a regular basis. Connections is not cooking. Connections is not cooking. Okay, here we go. It's Tradle. I love Tradle. My second favorite. Maybe third favorite. Flagdoku's been rising. 10 billion. So we've got a pretty poor country. We have a pretty poor country with 10 billion. Electricity is a heck of an export. Reaction and catalytic products. So this is a relatively poor country. This is not a super poor country, but this is not a highly developed country. Hello, Alexandra Luna. Hello. Let's take a look at your vegetables. Cabbages, apples, and pears. Okay, it's temperate. It is temperate, and animal products, sheep and goat meat, bovine, eggs. Okay, they do have fish, so they have some access to water. I did think there was a possibility that we were looking at Nepal, but I think that's extremely unlikely now. Insulated wire centrifuges. 184 million of centrifuges implies to me that they are importing and exporting them, that this is not native production of centrifuges. Same with $80 million of electric motors. That's not native production. Magenta is chemical products. The biggest one is reactions and catalytic products, which does not tell you very much at all. Packaged medicaments does tell you that this is not a highly developed economy. Nobody sells packaged medicaments. Packaged medicaments are almost never a rich country thing. So we are not looking at a small, well-developed country. We are looking at a relatively poor, temperate country that has a coastline. Tricky. Asia is the only thing really stopped me from thinking it's Southeast Asia is this. Cabbages, mushrooms, apples, grapes, tomatoes, pitted fruits. There is rice, but this is like semi-tropical, right? So our Asian options that are semi-tropical in Eastern Asia are going to be the Koreas. Oh, could be North Korea. The Koreas, Japan, and China. As soon as we get down to Vietnam, it's going to be that we're going to see things like mangoes and bananas and stuff show up in the vegetables. I am highly dubious about the possibility of it being a Pacific Island nation. 10 billion is a really huge amount for a Pacific Island nation. I would be very surprised if it's like Kiribati or Vanuatu. I would be very, very surprised. Those ones are typically like low millions. I think we had Palau, or I think it was Tonga, was like 100,000. Like Tonga's entire export economy is like a store. Right? It's like no exports. It's functionally no exports. The Tongan economy does not export, meaningfully speaking. North Korea is not impossible. They're exporting buses. I don't see military equipment. Yeah, we can zoom in. We can zoom in on some categories. Clothing, this is not very useful, if you ask me. Non-knit men's suits, non-knit women's suits, non-knit men's shirts. This doesn't tell us very much, because these are very small amounts. 125 million of non-knit suits. That's not nothing, but that's also not a lot. 2023. 2023. Hold on, let's take a look here. Non-fillet frozen fresh fish. Fermented milk products. Is not going to be Mongolia because Mongolia's main exports are minerals. Hello, Ryan the Space God. Hello, Ryan the Space God. Trunks and cases shows up. Precious metal scraps, $4 million. That's nothing. Collector's items, 274,000. That's one guy's Magic the Gathering collection, right? That's one guy selling that's one guy with a large binder of Magic the Gathering cards. That's nothing. Seats. Yeah, right. Like, it's nothing. I don't. The brown is processed metals. So hot rolled iron, small iron pipes, coated flat rolled iron, ferro alloys, iron. 870 million of irons, not a lot. Not a lot. Who's on the Caspian? Because this balance, right, where the blue category is really high, usually actually suggests second world countries. Let's try it. Let's try second world. Let's try Albania. Okay, 141 kilometers east of Albania. Okay, now I need to remember what the order is, because it's going to be like whoever's right next to Albania. It's going to be like whoever's like a So obviously it's not Slovenia or Croatia. Could be Bosnia? Bosnia or Montenegro. Let's try Montenegro. No, Montenegro's further. Kosovo. Oh my god. Bosnia. No! I'm going the wrong direction. I'm going the wrong direction. What is to the south? It's not Greece. There's no way this is Greece, right? Am I going crazy? There's no way it's Greece. Greece has got to have a larger economy than that, but like, But that's the only country that's left. That's the only country we've got left. Let's try it. No way. Who do we have left? Who do we have left? There's only one left. Yeah, it's got to be Macedonia. It's got to be. I'm going to lose my mind. Oh my god. Oh my god. I gotta take a screenshot of that. That was ridiculous. That was ridiculous. Yeah, it couldn't be Turkey. No, Turkey's exports is like, I'll say Turkey's 50 billion plus. And Turkey's going to have military equipment. I'm actually kind of surprised that I'm actually kind of surprised that military equipment wasn't here for Greece. I'm gonna skip Connect Trade because it's not very good. That's Belarus, right? Hello, Miss Mochivus. No, it's hold on, 11. It's not. It's God damn, I didn't want it to be this one. Zimbabwe. Oh wow, interesting. No, what's wrong with me? That's Bolivia. That's Bolivia. That's Bolivia. These kind of blobby landlocked countries. Bolivia. Okay. Brazil. Argentina. Chile. Hello, Peco. Argentina. Hello, Sensational. Big Ham in Brazil. Is that Uruguay or Paraguay? I always forget. And Peru. Hold on. I do know a Peruvian VTuber. I don't know a Paraguayan VTuber. I do know a Peruvian one, but not a Paraguayan one. If somebody knows a Paraguayan VTuber, let me know. The zombie is Peruvian. La Paz. They'd let you guess Sucre as well. La Paz and Sucre. I got that wrong. Okay. Do you know the flag of Bolivia? I actually don't remember the flag of Bolivia. Brazil? Argentina? Nope. Argentina. Chile. Can I zoom in and see the seals on here? They do not help. Well, there's Paraguay. Okay, the Republic of Paraguay has it on there. I actually don't remember the flag of Bolivia off the top of my head, huh? That makes me feel foolish. That's Uruguay, right? Bolivia. Okay, that was Peru. Yeah, that was Uruguay. I got Uruguay correct. Cheating that Paraguay just has their name on there. Cheating that Paraguay has their name on there. Ecuador. Okay. This might help because we're going to be doing flag doku in a minute. Okay. That looks like a salt flat to me. Well, Blue, this is an interesting question, right? This is an interesting question, right? That, like, what is the intended skill? What is the intended skill under question, right? This is oh, so hello, Lunala Rose. I'm sorry, I missed you coming in. What is the intended skill being tested? Because, you know, as they say, there's no rule that says a dog can't play basketball, but if the intent is to see how humans play the game, then that's very different, right? That's quite different. Which one has a llama? Oh yeah, that one. Whoa, I was looking in the wrong direction entirely. And that one might be it. I'm pretty sure, in fact, that it is the one with the llama on it. Because it says Bolivia on it. It says Bolivia on it. You know, obviously this is unlikely because it's English and it's got English ships on it. This one says the República de Cabo Verde. Cabo Verde is the name of a country. That is not in the Latin alphabet. And those are stupas. I think this looks like Laos or this is like Laos or Malaysia, Southeast Asia. Well, it's hard to read. It's very hard to read. It does say Bolivia, but it's very hard to read. Lions are not typically on the New World. Subumbra Florio. Wow, that's an interesting one. And Vigilante. Kirill! Oh my goodness, it's Kirill. It's the sexy orc man. Hello. Happy Pride. Happy Pride, Kirill. He is named Orc Florist, but we also call him Kirill. Oh, you're doing Golf with Friends. Oh, I love Golf with Friends. I should do more Golf with Friends collabs. I love Golf with Friends. How was it? Who won? Who is the best golfer? Who is the golfer? The Maximus. Plata64, that welcome in. Hello. You drank 50% of a bottle of wine. I think that's pretty good. I think that's pretty good to get drunk while playing. I think that getting drunk and playing golf with your friends is a pretty good Monday night. Took turns winning? Oh, how many people was it? The one time I did a Golf with Friends collab, there were 12 people. Which is like a lot. About 4 of us playing, mostly. Yeah, 4. I feel like if I were to do a Golf with Friends collab, I would increase the turn timer pretty considerably. I would put it like 5 minutes per hole. Because otherwise it's like you're spending too much time thinking. Like 2 minutes is like just barely enough time to like complete a medium difficulty hole with any sort of like care, let alone like actually talking about it. Yeah, I like Golf with Friends a lot. I've pretty much only ever had a nice time playing Golf with Friends. I've pretty much only ever had a nice time with it. It's a nice chill game. It's a nice chill, relaxing game. I am so bad at dunk mode though. It is genuinely funny to me when I've played dunk mode compared to playing traditional. Traditional mode I'm usually all right at, but dunk mode, it's like I am stroking out almost every single time. Hockey mode's very goofy. Hockey mode is extremely goofy. You owe it to your Canadian self to check out hockey mode. But dunk mode is insanity. Dunk mode is so rough. But yeah, I like Golf with Friends a lot. I am glad that you had a nice time. I'm glad that you had a nice drinking time. And you and your raiders are welcome to stay here as long as you would like, and if that means that you would like to stay here not at all, that is extremely legitimate. That is very reasonable to me. For the raiders, and for anybody else who might have missed my introduction earlier, I am Almantas. I am a former professor of sociology, and now I am anime online professionally. I am going to be doing calligraphy today, which is my main streaming content. I do a lot of calligraphy. I have decided that I want to start actually working on my Cadels, which is a challenging technique that makes very cool capitals if you know how to do it, and I currently don't. I have been limited in my ability to make really cool looking capitals, and people keep on asking me about display capitals, and Cadels is as good a place to start as any. But I do need to start. I have pretty much only ever focused on body text. I just keep on doing Gothic. I just keep on doing Gothic and Gothic and Gothic. So does time. The time has come. The time has come. But for the moment, we are doing my dailies. We are doing very silly quizzes. This is Worldle. So what is the national emblem of Bolivia? I'm going to guess that Bolivia, a country that loves rainbows as national iconography and loves llamas and has the word Bolivia in its name, is going to be the national emblem that has llamas and rainbows and the word Bolivia on it. Estonia. Cambodia! I was right! I was right. That's Cambodia. I was correct. Trinidad and Tobago, that makes sense. And then British Virgin Islands. Okay, that makes sense. Belize. That would not have occurred to me. Spanish. Hello, Beeplebees. Spanish. Aymara? Quechua? Quechua. 17% Quechua. That's pretty good. And Bolivia is a famously beautiful country to visit. Yeah, Cadels require quite a bit of planning. I'm probably mostly going to work on exercises to get myself started with Cadels. And on like the motions before I really play around with the shapes too much. So I do not know. I know so little about Quechua. Oh my god, that's total dumb luck. In Bogota. Ooh, first trip outside of Canada. Not even these United States. I am impressed. Bolivia, I think, is 20-something million? Nope, 11 million. Wow, I was way off. Peso? Nope. Boliviano. The Bob. Wow, I feel silly. I feel silly that I did not know the Bob. I never like doing that one. El Alto I've never even heard of. I do not like this one. The Bob. I know it's not oil. And I know it's not copper. The Museum of Gold. Ooh. Animal products. Vegetables. Cars. Automobiles. Vehicles. Precious metals. It was precious metals. Okay. Wow, that sucks. I'm sorry, buddy. Precious metals is number 1. Pre-Columbian gold artifacts. That sounds super good. That sounds like a super great time. Let's put precious metals at 35%. Sounds good to me. Mineral oils is going to be pretty high, I'm going to guess. Food residues, I'm going to guess, is relatively low. Ores, slag, and ashes, nobody has that much of that. I don't know. Wow, terrible performance all across the board. 23% in ores? Ouch. Ouch. Well, lithium's not... lithium would show up here. Lithium would show up here. It wouldn't show up as precious metals. Lithium's not a precious metal. Lithium is largely mined, at least when I was in school still, lithium was largely mined as a kind of output of copper mines, as a kind of byproduct of copper mining. It's a kind of interesting thing to mine, right? Because one of those things one of those things that you know, periodic table moment here. Lithium is one of the lightest elements. And this has a couple of consequences. The first consequence of this is that it shows up relatively frequently in the universe as these things go. The main things that are going to show up in the universe in terms of elements. Number one is just going to be hydrogen, because it's hydrogen. Hydrogen is basically the constitution of functionally everything in the universe. Realistically, we live in hydrogen with trace amounts of other elements. So there's hydrogen is going to be your big thing. And then then you go up heavier from there, right? It goes up heavier as a result of fusion. So things that are going to cause differences in elemental availability, a huge part's going to be fusion. How easy is it to fuse into? And lithium is not actually that easy to fuse into because it requires a fusion of particular types of helium with hydrogen, which is an awkward fusion to do. It is not a power of 2 fusion, which is going to be the most common. You haven't missed all of it. It's going to be, the most common things are going to be powers of 2 fusions. And then after that, is other elements are going to be got to via decay states. So stability and so nuclear stability and presence along the main line are going to be major factors in how common something is in the universe. But there's another factor that matters a lot for commonness on the Earth, which is how light it is. Heavier elements sink into the Earth deeper. Heavier elements sink deeper and deeper into the Earth. Lithium is relatively light as these things go. It's not heavy in the same way that like tantalum is or osmium. So there's going to be more of it closer to the surface. It's not as easy to mine as like iron, where the limitations on iron mining are primarily set not by the richness of deposits, but by the access to power for getting out the ore, for the smelting. That's I don't know. I think that's interesting. And so lithium's relatively, I mean, yeah, platinum and gold are going to be a pain in the ass. Getting out the orc. I never have a good sense for this one. A million square kilometers. Nice. All right, and we are minutes out from ads. So iron and nickel. Nickel's a huge percentage of it. We could go to the core for nickel. That said, we have never broken through to the mantle ever. Which is pretty impressive, considering that the Soviets did decide to just see how deep they could dig, and they dug pretty freaking deep. We are about to get hit by ads. When we come back, I'm going to do Flag Doku, Time Guesser, and Redactyl, and then we will start doing calligraphy. But it is time for you folks to enjoy the fan arts. We're back, we're back, we're back, we're back, and we are going to flag Doku. We are going to flag Doku. I'm immediately looking in here and trying to figure out which pride flags I can do, and I can see one already. Hello, Matthew Rice Seeker. Hello, Matthew Rice Seeker. Aromantic should go here, right? Aromantic should go here. No? 4 colors, dang it. Asexual then? No, hold on. Which one is it? We gotta get a pride flag in here. No, which one's the one I'm thinking of? I swear there's a 4-color one that's green, white, gray, and black. No? That's 4 colors. Bastards. It's not aromantic. What the heck is it? It's not Pride or Progress Pride, but I'm insistent on it. This is Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. This is Kingdom of Saudi Arabia right here. Black and red and has text. Agender, maybe? Oh, that's a good call. No, it's not on here. Gender fluid? No. It's not transgender. It's not lesbian. Literally going to look up pride flags. Could have sworn the aromantic would have counted. Agender does have 4 colors. But they didn't count it. Bigender's not gonna work. Green, white, gray. Green, white, gray, black. That's agender. No. We don't have it. The little bastards. I'm determined to shove a pride flag in here. It's Pride Month. We're going to get a pride flag in here, you little bastards. They did have one. They did have one a while ago. Yeah, not very Pride Month. Yeah. They did have one where every single one could be answered with a pride flag. Like, they've done it before. They have done it. So they're not above it. Black and red. All I can come up with so far is Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, which is one of the least pride ones on here. Did flip the lights work? I genuinely can't tell. I wasn't paying enough attention. I wasn't paying enough attention when you set it off, Peckle. So I don't actually know off the top of my head. 3 bands, but 4 colors. It's not going to be South Africa or Jamaica. Ireland's not going to show up. Ireland's not going to make an appearance today. North Korea's not going to make an appearance today. 3 bands and 4 colors is tricky. Green and white and 4 colors is also a little bastard. Because again, South Africa's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 colors, not 4. Green and white and has 4 colors. And 3 colors and 4 bands. Three bands and has a building. Cambodia? Yeah, Cambodia. 3 bands and has a flag is going to be Cambodia. Black and red and has a building. That's all I can think about is the anarchy flags and those in Angola, which aren't going to suit that very well. Oh, my head. My poor little head. And I think they've taken away my power. I think they have taken away my true and great power, which is in the form of three bands and 4 colors. Myanmar? My true power, which is in the form of county flags. I think I've taken away my beloved county flags. Flags that have a building on them. Flags that have buildings on them. That's crazy. That's rough stuff. That's, Do they allow, like, English county flags? Okay, they are allowing some sub-district flags. They are allowing us some sub-district flags. Hello, Insane Asylum. Hello, hello, hello. Let's think about this. So... I'm going to probably have to cheat for this. Yeah, Almantas, the count. Liberian counties are so goofy. I love the Liberian counties. Lopa County is perhaps my favorite flag of them all. Well, hold on. Let's think about this. So if we can use state flags, yeah, the Jerkinoff flag. Yeah, Lofa County is the Jerkinoff flag. It's amazing. It's amazing. It's like it's absolutely my favorite. It has a building. It's so good. It's so good. Let me meditate here. Let me meditate here on U.S. state flags. I'm thinking about the flags that suck, not the good ones. What are the ones that suck? Does the Wisconsin state flag have a building on it? Because I do know that, I'm pretty sure it's got black and red. Nope. They're not counting that as a building. We're going to be doing some shenanigans here. Pennsylvania? Nope, they're not counting Pennsylvania. Small coat of arms and details may be excluded. Okay, that might do it. That might do it. Coat of arms and cantons are included. Okay. Let's get this one back in here. Myanmar. Shit, I already forgot which one I had up here. Merda. Merda. Which one did I even have up here? This is going to be Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. That's going to be my final one. It's Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Three bands and has a building. Oh, Cambodia. It's Cambodia. Cambodia. 3 bands and 4 colors. Cambodia wouldn't pass muster for that one. 3 bands building average Seattle house within mediocre. That's so true. That's so true. You're so right for that. You're so right for that. Now we need 3 bands and 4 colors. Who has 3 bands and 4 colors? Who is rocking the 3-band, 4-color lifestyle? Would it be Nicaragua? Do they count bands that are horizontal? Because Trinidad and Tobago. Crosses that extend through all the flags, such as Nordic crosses, are considered bands. Are they going? I'm going to see if they count Norway for this one, because that's an easy one to remember. Norwa. Norja. Norja, they're not... Oh, the Norja's only 3 colors. Norja's only 3 colors. Let's try Trinidad. Trinidad, they're not counting. Actually, that's only 3 colors. Wow, I'm bad at math today. I am miscounting things. Surinam's 5. Suriname's 5 bands. 3 bands, 4 colors. That's such a tricky, frustrating math proposal. Not counting Mississippi. Not counting Mississippi. This one's killing me. This one's killing me. This is rough. I'm dying here. I am dying here. Venezuela? And let's try Iran. Iran, okay. Iran does have text on it. I was not sure about Iran having text on it. So Cambodia. And then... Oh, green and... No, wait, the Islamic Republic of Iran does not have a building on it. The Islamic Republic of Iran does not have a building on it. So Myanmar, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, black and red and has text. Who is black and red and has text? None of the other... several Arabic countries have black on their flag, but don't have text. Like, Egypt doesn't have text on it. It's just an eagle. Iraq? Does Iraq have text on it? Oh, Iraq does. I think you're right. I think you're right. I think you are correct, Pekko. Yeah, Iraq has text on it. You are correct. So, Iraq down here. I may as well do that before I forget. Iraq would have also done here. Iraq also would have done here. Green, white, black, red, 3 bands, text, building, 4 colors. What the hell flag is the daily flag? What the hell flag is the daily flag? That's crazy. That is crazy. Who in the world is the daily? It's not going to be Mongolia, right? It's not going to be Uzbekistan. It's not going to be Kazakhstan, as much as I wish it was. It's not going to be India. India doesn't have text on it. Who in the world is pulling off this kind of efficiency? Would it be Afghanistan? Would it be the old Afghan flag? That's the flag of the day. It was Afghanistan. Okay, yeah, it was the American interregnum Afghan flag. Okay, okay. 90% of another one that has 4 colors, and of which 2 are black and red. If I met a green and white one that has a green and white and has a building. Portugal? San Marino, maybe? San Marino? Let's try San Marino. Let's try the most serene Republic of San Marino. Hello, Beeplebees. Hello. Beeplebees, the way that this... Oh, wait, I already said hello to you, but yes. The way that this works is that there are 9 squares, and each square, you have to find a flag, you have to name a flag, that fulfills the 2 conditions that you have not used before. You cannot use the same flag twice in the same puzzle, and you... So, like, all of these flags have to have 3 bands. So this one has to have 3 bands and a building. 3 bands and 4 colors. 3 bands and text. So we need green and white and 4 colors. Green and white and text. And then black and red and building. And black and red and 4 colors and black and red and text. So, Myanmar, Saudi Arabia, and I'm trying to figure out something that's black and white and also has 4 colors. Black and white and has 4 colors. And that's real tricky. Or is it black? I'm sorry, black and red. Black and red. So that'd make it even harder, right? Oh, hi, Matthew. Hello, Matthew. Hello. Hello. Wait, did we use Egypt? We didn't use Egypt. No, Egypt doesn't count? That's because I put it into the wrong place. That's because I put it into the wrong place. I put it into Myanmar slot. Myanmar, Saudi Arabia, Iran, and Iraq, and 3 bands and 4, so this is Cambodia, and San Marino, the most serene Republic of San Marino. What was this one? 3 bands and 4 colors. Oh, Venezuela. And Afghanistan, 2013. So this one, we got a lot of countries. I like the Maryland flag. I don't know if I like the Maryland flag as my #1, but I do think the Maryland flag is really good. I think my #1 U.S. state flag is probably New Mexico. It's probably New Mexico. I have a special. I do have a soft spot for Colorado and Ohio. The Zia Sun-On is really cool, and I like how it's both very simple, but also like very evocative. It's very unusual. It's simultaneously simple and unusual, which is a very good combination for a flag, if you ask me. New York's is awful. New York's state flag is terrible. North Korea, Jamaica, and Ireland. Oh. Have a good night, Pekoneko. And CloudJumper_Marm. Have a good night. I mean, thank you for the follow. That's the right words. That's the right combination of words to use there. I'm a professional. This is considered only a medium? Jeezy Pete's. Jeezy Pete's. Not biased, why would you say that? I don't tend to rate my own country's flag very highly. I tend to rate the US flag relatively low. You're going to go EVs? Oh, alright, have a good night, have a good night. Have a good night. Let's do Time Guesser. I love Time Guesser. Oh, what the hell? Okay, so... this is a person playing Time Guesser. So it has to be in the last 2 years. I love Time Guesser. I love Time Guesser so much. Let's just put 2024. Let's put 2025. Say hi from Canada. Welcome, 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 welcome. Jim's here, number 4. Jim's hair, number 4. Jan Friednak Farm. So Wales? Camden Town. Okay, this is the UK. Nice, it was Wales. I should have guessed further south. It was 2024. Welsh folk playing Time Guesser number 238. That's cute. That's cute. 9,000 points is pretty good. I'll take 9,000. I'll accept 9,000 points. Oh, this was an art project. This was an art project. Well, who's the artist? I feel like, it said Kumri on the board too. Boo, I fucked up. I fucked up. You would know, yeah, this was 82. There's an art project. This is one of those ones where I'll be able to get, like, meters. This is one of those ones where I'll be able to get, like, meters. Hello, Oculus. It's, like, here, right? Yeah. And this is 1982. This was an art project where somebody made a wheat field on, put a wheat field on right outside the World Trade Center. Yeah, it's not going to be over here because that's Trinity. Oh, okay, so it's hard to show emotions, yes. So this was an art project from 1982 where a person noticed that there was some very unused land in Lower Manhattan. So, in case anybody might be young here and does not recognize this, if you've ever heard of an event called 9/11, 9/11 is the reason why these two buildings don't exist. 9/11 is the reason why these two buildings don't exist. These were the two largest buildings in the world for a long time, the Twin Towers, the World Trade Center, and they were destroyed on September 11th, 2001. And so, even though this area of the city is extremely built up now, for a lot of the 60s and 70s, New York was not very nice. And so a lot of New York was underutilized quite a bit. And so somebody looked at some of that really underutilized land and made a wheat field on it as a cute little art project. And I think I put it in Battery City. Battery Park City. Yeah, let's put it right on the Hertz. Actually, it might even be... That sounds about right to me. Yeah. So this is where the World Trade Center is right now. The 9/11 Memorial Museum, One World Trade Center. This right here on the map, those are the footprints of the Twin Towers. These are the footprints of the two towers. No, nothing happened. They just fell over. Buildings just do that sometimes. Spot on. Okay. So I was a little bit south. It was in modern Pump House Park. Okay. That's fine. I'll accept that. Yeah. 999,000 9,999 3 points. That's pretty good. That's pretty hard to beat. Donald Trump, Western Kentucky, that helps quite a bit. 4 more years, so this is 2020. Just trying to see if there's any other clues in here. MAGA, okay. Okay, yeah, this has to be 2020. This has to be 2020. It's not going to be 2024. There's no way. This is 2020. In Western Kentucky. Are there any famous rallies in Western Kentucky? Is that where he got shot? Is the one where he got shot? No, because that was 2024. Western Kentucky University. That doesn't necessarily mean that it's in Western Kentucky, strictly speaking. Wolverines. Yeah, these are all. This is very 2020. This is extremely 2020. Unless these people are pranking us and they're 4 more years in 2016, which is a bold move, but it's 2020. I don't see anything. Sims. I don't see anything. The shooting was in PA. Thank you. I was like, I don't see anything to suggest that it's anything other than, like, there. Correct year. Oh my god, they fooled me. Orlando Sanford International Airport. They fooled me. This bastard just happened to be wearing a Western Kentucky shirt. Little bastard. Oh, hold on. Okay. Okay. Normally, I would say that the masks also suggest 2020, but if you're doing archaeology with stonework, you want to be wearing a mask anyway. This is an archaeological dig. From the looks of it, this is structured like a dig, right? They've got the flags around like they're doing a dig. Stonework. I'm going to guess Italy. I think this is Italy. I think this is Italy. Yeah, tight buns. Is there anything else that might be a hint here? I think I'm gonna go with South Central Italy. And 2020. Let's just take a look. 2 years off, that's not bad. And it was Pompeii. Okay, I should have just been lazy and just gone with the I should have just gone with Pompeii, because that's the laziest option for saying that you're doing an archaeological dig in the Mediterranean. Pompeii is always the laziest option. I should have just gone for the low-hanging fruit and gone Pompeii. It's not his first term. Not his first term. Yeah, it can't be his first term. Is this all Bob Marley? This is all Bob Marley, so I'm thinking it's Jamaica? I think it was literally the Bob Marley Museum. I think it's literally the Bob Marley Museum. I think that's literally the Bob Marley Museum. I wonder if I can find it. Probably not. Probably not. That's asking a lot of me to be able to find an individual museum. Kingston Public Hospital. St. Williams Grant Park. Yeah, the Bob Marley Museum. Yeah, yeah. The Melbourne Cricket Club. Okay, I don't think I'm going to be able to find it, so I'm just going to put it in... I think I'm dicking around too much here. National Heroes Park, Emmett Park, Winchester Park, Jamaican National Heritage Trust. I'm just gonna put it somewhere around here. And do you want to call that 2015? Let's call it 2015. 4 kilometers. 4 kilometers. And the right year. I got the right year. It says a lot about my personality and my lifestyle that I can tell the year it is by the distribution of gray hair on Barack Obama's scalp. Oh, jeezy Pete's. Where are my notepads? This is why I keep notepads around, is for the moments like this. Like checking the age of a tree. Yeah. Imagine a drag queen named Boob Marley. I don't hate it. I don't hate it. I don't hate it. Oh, no 1143. Huh, I thought we were past the 1140s. I'm sure easier to go to today's Redactyl. 1153, okay. Okay. Okay, this is... Melinda Varga briefly on Friday night at a free drag festival. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Okay, so... This is going to be a bastard. Let's take a look at hints. Okay... Is a 7-letter, 7-letter, a 6-letter, 7-letter, the 9-letter of 7-letter, comma, 7-letter, a... Wow, this is a confusing grammar. I cannot make sense of this grammatically. Grammatically, this is very baffling to me. Blank and blank. So... Our word and something else. No. Emancipation, no. Hello, Mossy Boy VT. This is Redactyl. Redactyl is my favorite one. Redactyl is they start with a Wikipedia article and they remove all of the words other than like is a, from the, to the, for the, to be, without, and like they remove almost every meaningful word from it. And then your game is to figure out what the title of the article is. Median global is 94? 94? Holy moly. 94 is brutal. Good gravy. Sweet sassy molassie. That's... $94. That's nuts. I'm gonna need to, I think I'm gonna need to use a hint. Is a something, what, I'm following? Within? I'm going to, I think this is going to be a useful one. Is a process... Okay. That tells us a lot. That tells us a lot. Is a process. So, it's an 8-letter process. It's not smelting. Okay. Oh, because I forgot to change it. And it's not going to be that. It's going to... Let me change it to just chatting. Thank you. Thank you. That's what my last stream was. This is why I need a... This is why I need something that forces me to double check my edit stream info. This is why I need something that like forces me to double check my stream info. Whenever I start one of these. This is... Okay, so it's not smelting. It's not sexting. It's not jacking. It's not masturbating. Oh my god! Not my best work, because that still remains the 14th Dalai Lama where I got it instantly. Holy crap. Holy crap, I'm posting that to Twitter. Holy moly. Holy moly, holy crap. Holy. Holy. Yeah. Yeah, it's adoption. It's adoption. It was adoption. Hello, Nanomancer. Hello, Nanomancer. Hello, Nanomancer. Yeah. Oh my god. Hold on. Let me fix this a little bit better. Transform, reset transform. Let's get you over here. And then let's play around with your sizing a little bit. There we go. That's ideal. That's ideal. This is gonna show some Men in Black first. Is gonna show up with a job offer. Yeah, my best work is a $14 llama, which I made up. I am not good at many games. I am very bad at a lot of games. I am very, very bad at most games. This one I'm pretty good at. This one I feel pretty comfortable with my skills at Redactyl. I think on average I'm a bad gamer. But this... This one felt pretty good. How is Mr. Manser? How's Mr. Manser? I can say I was playing I was trying to play Night Rain yesterday, and I think it will surprise nobody. I think it should surprise nobody to learn that I have no idea what's happening in Night Rain. I'm just dying pointlessly. I'm just confused and dead over and over again in Night Rain. It makes no sense to me. I have no idea what's happening. Mix bought it for me. I am about to, Dulcet. You actually showed up right around the time I'm about to get started. I was warming up. I was warming up. I am going to just... I'm just doing a little bit of camera setup right now. Go ahead, Dulcet. That's kind of you to ask. And deactivate, reactivate. Interesting problem to have there. Deactivate, reactivate. Why are you being like this? Let's... try fiddling with it a little bit more. But yes, we are about to be, as well. I think I get what has to happen, but I'm just not very good at it. I feel like everything I am doing in it is incorrect. It makes no sense to me. I don't know what the heck is happening at all. And okay. HD unlocked. Activate. What is happening here? Sorry, my camera is not cooperating with me. Stop it. Yes. Cancel settings. I swear. Every single Apple product is worse than every single other product. Those are the right port numbers and everything. Dulcet ASMR, Dulcet ASMR. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. Thank you for the reminder that I could be doing some ASMR voice. Oh my goodness, oh my goodness. Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome into Cianosis and to Wadzop. And to Ringby_Mordecai and to Cassandra Chaos. Hello, hello, hello. I guess that you are EP right now. For the Raiders, I am Almantas, former professor of sociology, and currently I am anime online for my profession. Professionally anime online. Hello, a freeze frame. Hello, Vivi Oo. And you got into me just as I was about to start doing some calligraphy, which is my main category of doing. Reading and writing. There we go. Let's put that down. Thank you, Wadzop. Thank you. And thank you for the follow of Freeze Frame, and thank you for the follow of Wadzop. Let me give this shout out to Dulcet ASMR. What were you doing? You were studying ASMR. That is extremely coherent. That is extremely sensible. That makes a lot of sense. I hope, Dulcet, that you are having a very lovely time. I am guessing from your raid message that you are quite tired. I am guessing that you are feeling a little bit, as you say, EP. And that you need to raid and run, and that is extremely allowed. Everybody is allowed to stay as long or as short as they would like. And if that means no time at all, that means no time at all. I am comfortable with that. I am just adjusting my camera a little bit because the last time I did handcam, I was doing a miniatures stream, and the miniatures have different requirements in terms of camera angle, basically 90 degrees. Relative to where I like to do it for calligraphy streams. But yes, yes, yes. Thank you all so much for the raid and for coming in, and I hope you enjoy your stay here. I try to keep things pretty cozy and simple in here. Also be aware that I am about to flashbang. So that's the flashbang. Demi_Demi_Demi. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. For folks who, I'm guessing some of the folks here, because we raided right as I finished my warm-ups. I always like to start off with just some very simple exercises. I am not really much of a visual artist, but my understanding from people who are is that I should say a representational artist. I don't do much drawing. My understanding from folks who do drawing is that a significant percentage of your entire effort is how do you draw a straight line. Bit ago, Bob. Yes, absolutely, absolutely, yes. I may as well, since you asked, the pen in question is a Pilot Parallel. It is the 2.4 millimeter. This is not strictly the best way to do calligraphy, but it is very reliable and convenient. I might break out the Speedball. I might, but this one's inked up already. This one is already inked. And so far it's cooperating with me. The ink in question is Sailor Black. Sailor Black dyed ink. I'll be blunt, I don't recommend it. I was trying out new inks, and this one has a lot of very good qualities, but for the stuff I'm doing with it, it's super lubricated. It's very difficult to control. It slips and feathers quite a bit compared to other inks. I am going to finish it off because I hate wasting materials. I am not from the kind of background where I feel comfortable wasting things. If I cook a meal, I am going to eat that dang meal. And so that is kind of my position on this. I already own the ink. I am going to see it through. And let's just start off with a nice little Gothic, since you're here. Gothic, for those who might not be as familiar with the history, is a medieval script for Latin, which means that I am generally going to make a couple of concessions to 21st century sensibilities when using it, but not very many. The biggest concession that I make are the inclusion of a couple of letters that are not traditionally in the Latin alphabet, that are in modern 21st century alphabets. The most obvious being W, but less obviously also J. And this script, I think, is pretty well known. I think most people here have seen Gothic in some capacity or another, and probably have some emotions associated with Gothic. Gothic is a pretty well-worn script. Jammer Dead, I apologize. Jammer Dead, thank you for the follow. Oh, thank you. Little took Latin in the 6th and 8th grade at private school. Yeah, it'll be like that. Yeah, Latin does not have some of the same letters as modern 21st century English. Another concession that I will make to modern 20th century sensibilities, we haven't seen it yet, but traditionally you do not dot the I's in Gothic. And Gothic is already a difficult script to read. If you've done any paleography, Gothic is a famously challenging one. Thank you, Insane Asylum. Thank you. I feel like my lighting's actually a little bit goofy right now. That's a very cool light. That's a more natural light. I had it on a very deep line. Gremlin's Invitation. Invitations to the Dulcet Inn. Thank you, Hyacinth. It's okay. Do not worry about it. And I do like capitals in Gothic. I feel like Gothic capitals tend to be very, very strong. There we go. There's a nice big capital D. I think I'll leave it there. I could embellish it a little bit more, but I think that's actually pretty good. I think any more than that, I'll start to look goofy. But Gothic is both difficult to read and difficult to write. Even compared to other scripts that are medieval, it's quite unforgiving. on both fronts. I know paleographers who much prefer when they get to read in Insular and particularly Carolinian. Carolinian tends to get highlighted as a very readable one. And I think, oh, I get the opportunity to write something that I like quite a bit. Gothic capital A's have continued to be a struggle for me. I do not feel like I have a good sense of them. I'm 15 years deep, right? I've been doing this for decades. 15, 20 years deep of practicing this. But Gothic S's, on the other hand, Gothic S's, I think. I like writing the Gothic S's. Now, Gothic M's. Gothic capital M's have a lot of things going on in them. There we go. There we go. Hold on a second here. I think something like this might be the ticket. All right. All right then. So, and let me turn off the light so that you're not being flashbanged so much. So again, thank you very much, Dulcet, for the raid. I'm very appreciative. I'm very appreciative, and you rated at a good time for me to do a full sentence like this. I didn't have anything else. I didn't have anything else in the can, so I am grateful that I got the chance to do this for you. I got the chance to do this for you. Well, Japanese calligraphy has multiple scripts, right? There's not a single Japanese calligraphy script. I do have my good brush here, but I don't know that I want to set myself up for doing Japanese calligraphy today. I only know how to do block. I only know how to do block calligraphy in Japanese. And it's a little bit of a challenge with a brush this small to really get across the feelings of it, especially because it's a very stiff brush. It's a very stiff brush. I need to get some new Japanese brushes. I do need to get some new Japanese brushes. I do have a full Japanese set, but I don't know that I want to set myself up for that. I don't know if I'm in the headspace to do a full shoulder stream at the moment. Let me try to do a really complicated kanji. They'll take up 2 lines. I have not. I don't speak Arabic at all. Arabic calligraphy is gorgeous. I just don't speak Arabic. So let's think about this one. Oh yeah, this is gonna be a nightmare. Hell yeah. whoops, mistake there. And then I think it's that. This is gloom if I did it correctly. Which I don't think I did. I think I messed it up. Now let's do a better Japanese word. This one I like to do in calligraphy. Oh, I could do kusuri. You can see that my Japanese calligraphy is suffering a little bit, right? I'm pretty rusty with my Japanese. This is a very unbalanced. This is kusuri, very unbalanced at the moment. I would need to probably take a day or two to recalibrate myself. I haven't. Also, thank you for. I would need to really take a minute to think about what I'm doing with it. Let's get some more warm-ups in. I was planning on writing a thank you to my friend, not thank you, a happy birthday message to my friend CC. I do like I. Yeah, I do like I. I did. I posted it on Twitter. I did post on Twitter. And Sakura is... What's Sakura? I genuinely forget what Sakura is. I know it's this. Is it... Is it this? Is this Sakura? Genuinely can't remember. Genuinely cannot remember. But, I am reasonably sure that in Japanese it's slightly different. Yeah, I'm reasonably sure that Sakura is done slightly differently in Japanese. Yeah, and I think it's one of those cases where it's one of the simplified kanjis. That is the same flower. That is the same flower. It is still that is hana. That is the Japanese hana. Let's get Lightbox Kun on here again. But yes, there are a lot of early June birthdays among VTubers. I was very surprised. I was very, very surprised at realizing how many of my friends have birthdays in the next, like, week. I should say the last week and the next week, it definitely got to the point where I started doing, it was birthday weekend for you as well? Ah, okay. Happy birthday. Yeah, for lots of people I know. Yep. Which really prompts the question of what was happening 9 months ago. Hello, Gamma. Hello, Gamma. My birthday was 14 days ago. Yeah, yeah. You have to. Well, and the length of human gestation is somewhat variable. So I think we can kind of look at that all as being kind of more or less the same clustering. And 9 months ago suggests to me that if you have any older siblings, this is when they went back to school. Classic not Latin letter here, W. W is a very much an English letter. For anybody wondering what I'm doing, this is a pangram. Pangrams are sentences that use every single letter of the English alphabets in one sentence. You've been drunk for 12 days. I recommend slowing down. I obviously am not going to boo-hoo people too much for getting drunk, seeing as I have gotten drunk on stream. And it's going to happen again next week. But 12 is a lot. The Jackdaws one I'm not a huge fan of. The one I like the most is probably the Discos one. I like the Disco one probably the most. The Sphinx one I like the least. Do not like the Sphinx one at all. I think it's hokey. Yes, this is an X. This is an X. Gothic X is dreadful like this. Gothic, I am not happy with like any X's that I can do in calligraphy. I am continuously unhappy with X's. They give me constant consternation. I think it's hokey. I think it's hokey, Blue. Like, if it wasn't a pangram, I would just think it was a bad sentence. Just purely on this, at a level of poetry, I think it does not slap. Now, if you were surprised by the Gothic X, you're going to be even more surprised by the Gothic Z. And I'm going to use a more traditional Gothic Y right here just because I'm showing off. And we're about to go into commercials anyway. The fanciest ASMR you've ever been in. I wasn't even really trying to do the ASMR voice. I can work harder on the ASMR voice. I think this is a little bit better right now. But we are getting hit with the ads momentarily. And so enjoy the fan art gallery. I have about 50 fan arts in the fan art gallery right now. I do need to add more to it. I keep on saying I need to add more to it, and I keep on forgetting to do so. I am going to take advantage and use the bathroom. And hello, Bossy Bandit 69. Hello, hello, hello. No jump scares? Oh, I mean, if I just kind of keep talking like this, it's not really a jump scare, is it? But enjoy the fan art. I'll be right back. Hello, hello, I am back. I feel like doing something a little bit silly slash cute. And I am going to break out my dip. Why is the music so soothing? The music, it should be in my credits in my About page. Oh, am I Almond? Did the Almond work? Almond didn't work. Hold on, I need to fix that. Almond, why didn't you work? Oh, that's a problem. We have a bit of a problem here. I know how to fix this though. This is a oh, oh, ridiculous. I'm gonna trust that again. And if that didn't work, I know how to fix. There we go. That didn't work because OBS, because VTube Studios was telling me that I need to back up my files, and so it blocked the redeem in order to tell me to back up my files. Yes, that's true. That is accurate. But yes, I'm getting very low on one of my favorite inks, Fuyugaki. So I'm going to play around with it a little bit. I love Fuyugaki. I'll be very sad to be out of this guy. So let's see if that will start writing. The initial flow with the dip is always a little bit tricky. There we go. Oh, and let's turn back on Lightbox Goon. Yeah, the dip is a little bit trickier for me to write with. I'm glad you like it, Insane Asylum. It's one of the early things that people put into the quote bot. And this is my preferred. Yeah, we're doing almond for the moment. So yes, we've been almonded. I like that one. Thank you, Demi. I like that one. That one's a cute one. Such a nice, satisfying scratching sound to this. And we insert a little bit more into the reservoir. Are you seeking judgment, Insane Asylum, or are you just seeking affirmation? Ooh, this is not the new thing I want to work on today. No, not yet. I am simply playing around a little bit here, right? Okay. Insane. You're a very good boy. This is not the new technique yet. The new technique is going to be Cadels, which I will probably not do with the dip. I find dips already kind of slightly more challenging to use. They require a little bit more deliberateness. I am kind of noticing I've usually done used much more ill-behaved inks with my dips. This is Fuyugaki, which is Iroshizoku Fuyugaki, which is an extremely well-behaved ink. I would nearly call it a perfect ink. I do wonder about that, what you just said, Insane Asylum, because I know a fair amount about the history and sociology of sexuality in the United States. But I have no real idea. It's coming out very liquidy at the start, and he always needs a little bit of work. Which I don't like. I don't like wasting a very valuable ink. I think I know more than most people about that. But I don't actually know quite what the deal is with the rise of the good boy, good girl, etc. terminology does. I tend to be... I think that almost all of us want to think that the rise of a given fetish or sexual quirk has a lot to do with some sort of social force, right? It's often assumed that people who have an unusual sexual quirk have some sort of psychological origin story for it, which may not be the case. And then it just simply may not be the case in the first place. And then there's the question of if something is common enough, if you have a repeated psychological phenomenon, then presumably there's something sociological happening, is the common assumption. Put another way, if one person is into being called a good boy, then that's one person. If 20% of the population is into being called a good boy, that's something different. It's related. It's related. Filipino, born and raised in Hawaii, the youngest of 9. Oof, that's very many. That's very many grandchildren. Feels so much. I think it's related, right? I think it's related. It's the classic element of buyers need sellers, right? Buyers need sellers, and there can be, the market can sustain a certain amount of imbalance, right? But there's a limit to it, right? There's a limit to it. Well, Beeplebees, the curiosity I am bringing up is why is there such a need for external validation? And why does it take the form of a infantilization? Obviously, I'm not giving people... I don't want people to feel attacked, especially not for a redeem that I have set up myself. So I'm clearly comfortable providing. Right, I'm clearly comfortable providing some of this validation. But it does seem to my eyes to be something of a change from previous generations. When I look at Boomer, for example, when I look at Boomer sexualizations, it tends to be sexualizing professions and workplace roles and workplace dynamics. And Prinburu, thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. That's very kind of you. That's very kind of you. I wouldn't mind you telling me how to read those kanji in context, because I am an old, right? I am not of the my familiarity with Japanese internet memes is very limited, and so you could tell me just about anything and I'd believe you about how those kanji are read. I think this might end my fooling around with my dip for the moment. Mandarin is boo, so it'd be boo 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 boo. That's cute. That's cute. That is cute. All right. Yes, the technique I wanted to work on today is called Cadels. And Cadels is a technique for making, among other things, increasingly cool S's. It is a technique for making cool, large capitals in Gothic scripts. And so, hold on a second here. No read PLS. Thank you for the follow. Or is it nor add plops? What does the word suck look like in Gothic? Oh, that's pretty easy. Depends a little bit on on how I want to start it out, but That should look something like this. Removal of responsibilities. This is reverting to simpler mental states where you don't have to think so hard. Considering the state of the world, I feel it makes sense for that desire to grow. This does make sense to me, people bees, and it's a common read. It's a common hypothesis. I would personally like to see it subjected to some more rigor, some more rigorous testing. But as a starting hypothesis, I think it's definitely got an option. Ooh, so we are actually working on another outfit for me at the moment, and is not trending in the direction of goth. It is not fascinating gameplay. That's one way to put it. That's one way to put it. The Dark Souls command should still be enabled in case anybody wants to see the worst Dark Souls player in all of human history. Yeah, there's suck. The real word to see in Gothic is minimum. Oh. Hold on a moment. Hold on a moment. Raptor-chan, thank you for the raid. Thank you for the raid. Hello, Raiders. Hello, Rahela Waters. And hello, Raptor-chan. I like your name a lot, Raptor-chan. That's a very adorable name. Are you a dinosaur raptor or a modern post-dinosaur raptor, so to speak? What were you up to, Raptor-chan? Raptor-chan. You were playing Fortnite. How was the Fortnite? How was the Fortnite? For the Raiders, my name is Almantas. I am a former professor of sociology. And currently I am a VTuber. You have come in on my most normal type of night, which is that I am doing some calligraphy. I am doing some Gothic practice. I have intentions of practicing my Cadels, but I haven't gotten there yet. Cadels are relatively new to me as a practice. I have spent decades studying calligraphy, and I have focused almost entirely on just letter forms. The plus side is that I am quite good at drawing straight lines. And yes, I should say that when you guys came in, somebody asked, I forget how this quite started, but we were talking a little bit about the requests that people have to ask for good boy, good girl praise. And that is a common point of sociological speculation. I have spent a fair amount of time on the sociology of sexuality in the last couple of years, much more so than when I was actually active in the field. And in particular, I have found the questions around how do long-term relationships form, and how do they sustain to be really interesting. Lyocryptid, I'm doing well. Hello. And Silanau, hello. It's a pleasure to meet you. I find the question around things like delays in marriage rates and declines in child rearing and stuff to be quite fascinating and quite interesting because say what you will about Western civilization, Western civilization has not usually struggled to get straight people to have sex with each other. That has not historically been a problem for Western civilization. And so what has changed? Why has that changed? What are the competing explanations? Is, to my mind, a rich field of inquiry. And so I've been kind of interested in that. People do tend to find the questions around kinks and paraphilia to be more interesting because they're, frankly, a little bit more scandalous, right? They're a little bit more exciting than, you know, tables of divorce rates and average age at first marriage. Silenow, thank you for the follow. Or should I say it Cillianox? Cillianox? I've got options here. Yes, it's Cillian no. Okay. Cillian no. Okay, they just are you French, Cillian no? But just in case people were missing the subtext, this is what minimum looks like in Gothic. Wonderful, right? Truly, there's no reason why we should have stopped using Gothic as our daily way of writing things. This clearly would not cause any problems if you were trying to read this as a highway sign at all. This wouldn't cause any challenges at all. And just so you know, this is also partially a result of the fact that you aren't really supposed to use dots on your eyes in Gothic. So if you include dots, it's a little bit easier. It's a bit easier with the dots. Not just for like a microwave. Minimum is the meme word for calligraphers. Minimum is our meme word. Let me see about doing it in insular. Right, so there it is an insular, right? And hello, Miss Mochivius. Hello. It is definitely a bit of a challenge with King of Hearts. Is a bit of a challenge with being a 2D model as opposed to a 3D model, because people keep on referring to me as an owl, and if I had a 3D model, it would be very easy for me to do the to rotate like EG does, but with a 2D model, with a live 2D, it's actually very challenging. Hello, Arya. Arya is a delight, folks. Arya is a delight. No, I'm 2D. I am 2D. I am 2D. Everybody go be nice to Arya. I think Arya is a delight. I think she's a very, very sweet lady. So I am always very happy when I get to see her. Let's clip the guidelines in here. That's alright, Miss Arya. That's why I appreciate that you stopped by at all. But no, yes, this is King of Hearts. This is a 2-dimensional model. It is made in Photoshop. Yeah, Arya's wonderful. Go subscribe to her channel. I've always been a fan of medieval fantasy, and I've been looking to draw more from as I work on my own book more. Wyo Cryptid, I suppose that what you are looking for from a fantasy novel is going to vary quite a bit. I would say that if you are interested in genre as a fantasy, sorry, hold on. The fantasy as a genre. If you have not read The King of Elfland's Daughter, that would be the most important one to read. Oh, and now I'm an almond again. And Beeple Bees, if you... I would like it. I would like it if you would put that into the suggestions channel on my Discord. We will probably make some sort of owl variation model, and I don't actually know a lot about owls, so I will be relying on other people to provide me with owl knowledge for where to take my inspiration from. But the priority right now is on getting out my casual model, my more casual wear model. Yes, that's my Discord. It's a lovely little place. On Wednesday, we are going to be watching Downfall on the server. We'll be watching Downfall on the server. I am looking forward to it. Let's get started on some practice. So you can see I'm very off on my spacing here. We're just going to weave a little bit. We are just going to weave a little bit. Just kind of try to get myself into practice on spacing these accurately. This is strictly speaking a false Cadel, but that can be resolved pretty easily. Current read is The Covenant of Steel. I would say, especially if you're looking at writing styles, then King of Elfland's Daughter is by Dunsany is the most important one. My friend, I've done a book club on it with my friend L:Q last year. I don't do the book club nearly as much as I used to. That's an almond. It's an almond, Romar Kent. My face has been replaced with an almond. I have been almonded. I am Almantas. You can see I'm sliding here because I'm not used to this at all. Let's see about doing a... Yes, it's an almond. Yes. I would prefer not to because it is my face for the moment. But almonds are generally safe to eat. He'll make me an almond again. You were just trying to block people from the sock. How can you see no eyes? I mean, I mostly work with my hands. As it is, I am very much a hands-on guy. As it already stands. I am doing this incorrectly. Doing this incorrectly. The almond might need the glasses too. That's true. That's true. I have thought about that. I have some renovations to make to the back end of the program and to my models. I'm not going to really fuss with them very much right now because I need to do a I need to do some re-rigging. I need to get some re-rigging. Hold on a second. Here we go. Let's take a look at some of these. Always so challenging. Always so challenging. I always feel so unequal to this one. Yeah, writing, the majority of the effort in writing is not in the idea, it is in the execution. The skill and craft of writing is a much more profound challenge. Oh, that looks much better. That looks much better. It's a much more profound challenge than it might seem at first. That's much better. I really need to futz with the camera a little bit more. So let's try this exemplar, and then all the way up, and then across, let's go up, and across, and all the way up, and across. Context excluded. Context excluded. Let's try this then, and interesting, interesting. I have a lot of learning here to do. I have a lot of learning here to do. I think it might be a minute before... I get to do anything particularly interesting with it. And it appears that I am cheating. It appears that I am cheating entirely. So let's start by just pulling all the way to the end, and then going up, and pushing. That feels very unnatural to me. Pushing, pulling, pushing again. Feels very unnatural to me. And then pull. Okay, that's a more correct way to do this, because Cadels hypothetically are to be done without lifting the pen. So this is the more accurate way to do things. This is the more... Pushing a pen feels crazy to me. Swirl the top of the E. I think it's prettier. Which E? Which E? because this is the normal way I do a Gothic E, right? Is like this. Right, and the other option I kind of have is to go... Sometimes I extend out a little bit more, and then like that. However, the E that I tend to swirl a bit more is this one, the Batard one. Hello, Emperor's Armpits. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome in. Welcome in. It's a pleasure to see you here. I have started working a little bit on doing a Cadels, learning a little bit of Cadels. At this point, I am simply doing some exercises, and it's a little bit of a challenge for me, because I am not used to pushing. Right, I'm not used to pushing a pen. It's very, very unusual to me. It feels very unnatural. However, as I like to highlight, we only get through life by changing periodically, right? We only are able to survive by doing new things on a regular basis, and these new things often involve a certain amount of discomfort. It is simply not realistic as a society, as a person, as an individual. Stop being hot. That's sweet of you to say. That's sweet of you to say. That is sweet of you to say. So let's try something here. Go a little bit further, and then down. I should be much thinner. Oh no, you hurt your back. Please, please be careful with that. You only get the one. You only get the one. Swap hands or only grip? Well, swapping hands is a different type of question. I don't know about that. I am trying to learn new techniques, right? This is not merely about challenging myself for the sake of challenging. This is a technique that is historically grounded. Oh my goodness, you don't want me to try to draw myself. I mean, actually, I can do it. I can draw myself pretty quickly, right? I can do a quick little owl portrait right here. No, I'm not going to bother getting out a regular pen. So draw a circle. And then, oh, Jeezy Pete's spreading some ink. There, self-portrait. There, that's my self-portrait. That's what I look like. That's what I see. That's what I see. Okay. Pushing is so much more of a challenge for me. Okay. Is there a lot of friction while pushing with that type of nib? Yep, quite a bit. Yep, quite a bit. Oh, I was completely off camera. I was completely off camera. Let's yeah. So this one looked okay. This one looks okay. This one I did a very botch job on. But yes, so if you can hear it, that's actually amazing. I would love it if you guys can hear it. But yeah, it scratches quite loudly on my end. When I push back, so pulling, pushing. Right, that. The owls are in. The owls are in. Thank you very much, People's B. And it's possible. Oh, you can definitely hear it while I'm pushing? That's interesting. That's interesting. Hold on. So. Oh, I need to hold the paper. Ooh, that's actually very... That's good. That is good as far as I am concerned. And in fact... actually the microphone should be closer to the paper anyway. Is it a pleasing sound? I hope it's a pleasing sound. I'm just amused by the fact that I can do it. I'm just amused by that. I'll probably break out some of the new paper at the end of this page. And that might have a different audio quality. You do like it? Okay, okay. Well, that's an encouragement. To keep working on this. Is that Enigmas? The Gouch. Oh, okay. Okay. And see, I've usually worked very hard to make sure that I'm always pulling whenever possible. So, yeah, I've been wondering why I wasn't able to get some of those scritchy sounds that some of the other calligraphers do. That's very good. That's very good. Alright. Let's break out the new paper. Oh, the angle should make a substantial difference, Blue. It should absolutely make a difference. Let's break out the Strathmore. I haven't played around a lot with the Strathmore paper because it's much more of a drawing paper, but it turned out to not be that much cheaper. Not much more. It turned out to be a pretty similar price point for what I was trying to get done. Obviously, the cheapest option is printer paper, which you can get pretty far with. All right, King of Hearts, have a good night. Have a good night. I appreciate you stopping by. Yes, this is some Strathmore. I picked up a few hundred pages of it a few weeks ago. Months ago, I'd say. I'm quite bad with time. As you can see, the page doesn't line up nearly so evenly with my little cheap guideline solution. Let's get you here. How come the redeems have random fun facts? Because I like history. They are little historical stories that I happen to like. For example, you know, the start and end of the Han Dynasty for the quotes, the quote bot. Alright, Insane Asylum has redeemed workout time. My quads are actually quite tired right now, so I will be doing push-ups. I'll be doing push-ups. So give me a second. It will break tracking very badly. Have a good grip. I have a good grip now. Position. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I appreciate that, Insane. I actually appreciate that. Yes, there was I appreciate that. I like getting the opportunity to get my muscles moving. I actually rather like exercise. Which I'm sure that some of the other people here will call me a sicko for. I already got called a sicko for my appreciation for Mondays. You want a history story about the War of about 1812? And I'm tall. Thank you for the tall. Thank you for the tall. 1812. Is that running? I do love running. I do love running. I need to get new running shoes. My running shoes are falling apart. The exercise is growing on him. Yeah, I've gotten big. Yeah, you get taller if you run. That's definitely how that works. That's definitely something that works like that. Let's think about this. So the War of 1812 is a kind of interesting one for me as a Yankee, right? For me as an American. Because by most considerations, it qualifies as an American defeat. By most qualifications, it's an American defeat. However, However, for the Americans, they actually got the thing that they wanted the most out of the war. The war was started as an extension of the 60 Years' War and involved the British functionally treating the Americans as if they were still dependent, still non-sovereign, still members of the British Empire, which was obviously kind of the entire point of the American Revolution, was not that. Ooh. I did that a little bit wrong, so I'm just going to do another one. There we go. And so what the Americans really got out of it was, again, that the treaty included the full and total recognition of the independence of the United States, which was much more important than the other objectives that the Americans were aiming at. Of course, the Americans had more maximalist aims of the war, notably including the inclusion of of Canada. They wanted to include Canada in the United States, and the Siege of Montreal was a complete catastrophe for the Americans, and so it did not, right? It did not become, it was not a successful part of the American war aims. And of course, Americans tend to learn this one in high school pretty frequently, which is that the most famous action of the War of 1812 was the Battle of New Orleans, which was fought due to the limitations of the communications technology at the time. The battle was fought after the peace negotiations had concluded, and so it did not ever become part of, it was not part of the peace considerations at all. That's very kind of you to say, Insane Asylum. I should ask. Nope, we don't want that at all. We don't want that. Does this look better? It looks kind of blue to me. It looks kind of sickly, but it is a more bright light. So I'm wondering if the hand folk prefer this. I do have some changes I need to make to the lighting in my setup. I changed my lighting in one way, and it's produced a, looks more natural. Okay. I'm used to working with very warm lights. I'm used to working, I live my life with very warm lights, and so it's pretty easy for things to look too blue to me. No such thing as too blue. Blue lights make my insomnia worse by quite a bit. It's one of the, it is perhaps the biggest difference between periods where my insomnia is relatively controlled versus extremely out of control, is how much blue light exposure do I have. So I have all of my monitors are not merely night shifted, they are orange. They are Simpsons. They are Simpsons hands. Let's try this. So I'm looking at some exemplars. Right now. And currently I am cheating. There we go. Well, the cheating is the part where I lifted up my pen. The cheating is the part where I was lifting up my pen, not the part where I'm looking at an exemplar. Looking at an exemplar, I'm not too worried about. But I wasn't supposed to lift my pen during this part of the motions over here. I'm not quite sure how to do it. It does look like it is at least 2 separate strokes. Okay, that's something. That's a bit of an improvement. It's a little bit of an improvement. But it looks worse, but it's a better use of the muscles. I did also imbalance it very, very badly, but I hope people who are watching me understand that I am not bothered by the fact that I make mistakes. Mistakes are part of learning, and that means acknowledging that they are mistakes. You will struggle to learn from your mistakes if you treat them as if they are not mistakes. And so I think I sometimes come across as quite harsh on myself to listeners. And I understand where you're coming from, dear listener, dear straw man. Okay, so for this one, I should do it the other way. Poor choice there. So I want to go up, down, then hairline up, and then broad line back. The other one goes down, up, down. No bueno. This produces 3 peaks, and I only need 2 peaks. Should only be doing 2 peaks. Apologies for tapping the microphone there. Although I think some people like to hear the microphone taps. Sometimes they get tapped on some of the backstrokes on the lettering I'm working on. I'm miscounting repeatedly. Let it never be said that I was good at counting. Oh, this is why I'm doing it wrong. Down. Hairline up. And broad stroke down. Foolish of me. Foolish of me. Kind of prefer doing that a somewhat deeper B. There we go. And we can fit a little bit more of an embellishment in here. I like that. I like that. I like that. So, I think we can do a little bit more with this. And of course, I'm not even doing the, perhaps the most famous thing to be doing with Cadels. Let's see if I can do that. Let's see if I can do this one. So, let's see about this. I'm going to be following a guideline for a capital I. And then we pull down, or let's call that 3 lines. And pull that down a little bit more in there. And this is the one that's going to be the really challenging one. And this is a part of Cadel practice that I actually rather enjoyed back when I was first doing it, was the little striplings. And I'm not really following the guide very much. I'm doing this pretty jazzy style. Okay, some of my embellishments made this more ambiguous. That's all right. That's all right. We can try it again. We can try it again. try to get these to go to a point at the bottom. Zigzag for a little bit. We'll rotate. Let's do a nice little hairline on the outside. I probably should pull these in a little bit further so I can do it like that. Then I think that's a bit better. That's a bit better. We have some work. We have something we're working with at this point. This is not nothing at the moment. This is not nothing. This is not nothing. That feels pretty good, right? This was a better upper flourish than this one. Yorobokuyo. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. How are you doing? How are you doing? I give myself a little stretch after that one. Yorobokuyo. Oh, let's see. Stretch. Let me think about this for a little bit. Let's just start with the base strokes. So I think I can do a little bit more curvature with this base stroke. And then pull in there, and then there we go. That's pretty good. And let's see about this one. I like that. I like that. Not as historically grounded. I'm getting a little bit away from the historical exemplar, but I'm feeling okay with this one right now. I'm feeling okay with this one. Let's try to get a little bit closer back to the historical exemplar with my next attempt. So let's just start from the top because that seems to produce more consistent results. And across, then loop over. And yeah, they shouldn't touch. And then like that. And like that. And then okay. I'm supposed to create a triangular space in here. And then that should keep on going further down. That should go all the way down there. So I need to redo that one a little bit. And then these should all be much tighter down here. Okay. Okay. Oh, right, Blue. Have a lovely night. Have a lovely night. It's always wonderful to have you here. Sleep well, Blue. Sleep well. Let's try this one again. Oh, hold on. Make sure I can see when my ads are going to hit next. That's always a foolish thing to get snuck up on by. Oyasumi nasa. And then let's get in here. There we go. And the baseline. And pull it all the way over there. And then the stroke should something like that. And then just another interior stroke. And I should have gone lower. And then this one is the big one. Yes, like that. There we go. It's possible that I'm being too cowardly with the convergence. I think the convergence should be a little bit more extreme. And there we go. I like that. Okay. And now just doing something fun here. I'm not very good at that kind of hairline drawing because I am very used to resting almost my entire approach right on resting functionally my entire approach on the tool itself, right? People have seen me doing this with the minis painting, that I'm becoming more comfortable with freehanding. But I think that for a lot of people, freehanding is their start point. And I am still learning that, right? I have very little artistic training. And, you know, this has created some limitations on my technique. Which, depending on your perspective, might be perfectly fine. Because it also means that I don't have a lot of bad habits, as they say. There isn't a lot for me to unlearn because I never learned very much in the first place. Which I think is an interesting thing to say about me in any context, right? Normally people tend to draw a lot of attention towards my formal education, but here you're seeing me be very informal. Not sure what I'm doing here. This isn't working at all. This isn't working at all. And so yes, here. People have asked me about making really fancy letters. This is a very fancy capital I. This is fancy maxing. You can see why I feel like this or this is not actually all that remarkable, or let's see, how do I even do this one? This is a normal Gothic capital I. It took me 13 days and 36 years to get to today. I mean, one of the wisest things I ever heard in Insane Asylum was all old men are lucky. They are lucky to be getting older. Hold on a second. I need to adjust my sitting position a little bit. And perhaps my overall whole camera position right now. Because starting to hurt my elbow a little bit. So let's try a little bit of I'm going to reset the camera angles a little bit. Did this right, my elbow will not be pinching anymore. Or as far as you look like you're 16, oof. I mean, there's a point in your life where you'll be pretty grateful for that. That said, here's the thing. Alright, here's the thing. Old man moment here. Old man moment here. You only get to look one way. Did I crash my computer? No, I didn't. You only get to look however you look. You just get the one body, and you gotta figure out how to live with it. And if you want to spend your life being bitter about your appearance, I cannot stop you. but I can tell you nobody else is going to be made richer by it. You're not benefiting, your family isn't benefiting. A cosmetic company might be benefiting, but you know, figure out how to be comfortable with your skin and your body. Whether that requires you to, you know, work out or get tattoos or dress or whatever. But I don't see virtue in being upset with yourself. Especially not if you're still getting carded at 36. Come on, man. Now let's see about, can I apply what I just learned to other letters? Okay, I think we can make an even cooler S, which was the plan from the jump. The plan was to make the cooler S. Now let's think about this. Let's look at this guy. That is 1, 2, 3, 4 across the top. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for the middle. This one might be very tricky for me. I might need to do some reorientations with my head. So let's start here. And then this is going to be very anxiety inducing already. I think this stroke gets to be the baseline, so I need to make sure that I start here and then end up over here. Something like that. And then something like that. And then going to be a bit of a lazy bones here. And not do all of the features. There. Hmm. Esperiressa, thank you for the follow. It's a pleasure to have you here. I need to take a look further away. Okay, I think that's some progress right there. I think that is some progress. This was the intended goal today, was to make a cool S. Let's make a cool S, and I think that is a cool S, but I think I can improve. I think I have room for improvement. I think I made it a little bit wide, is the biggest thing. I think I made it too wide, and that interferes with its S-ness, right? That interferes with its S-ness. Its fundamental S attributes. And then let's take a look around here and try to wind up with this stroke around here. And then a similar one. There we go. And then let's do this one right here. Let's follow the exemplar a little bit more closely. And then all right, it's hard to show emotions. Have a good night. Have a good night. Thank you for stopping by and for being a kind and generous audience member. I'm always grateful. Grateful for anybody who stops by, if I'm honest. I'm already more happy with this S than the previous one. And let's do another one like that. And then there we go. And let's see about this one. Do a little. No, I want it to come over here. Just making some nice little lines around here as outlines. And then let's see. Oh, almost dragged my finger through the ink. All right, Matthew, have a good night. Have a good night, Matthew, the rice seeker. Okay. We're getting there. We're getting there. This is a pretty cool S, but I think we can make it cooler. I think we can make it cooler. Making it a little bit shorter is going to be the tickets. Ooh, bad move. Bad move on my part. Bad move on my part. And then that's... And... Have a good night, Insane Asylum. Yes, just realized the 90s were 30 years ago. No, that can't be true. The 90s were 10 years ago. The 90s were 10 years ago. It's the 2010s that were 30 years ago. This one's not a cool S at all. I am dissatisfied with you. I'm displeased with this attempt. I am displeased with it. So let's just bail. And... let's try to keep it parallel. Ooh, there we go. That felt pretty good. This is a pretty cool S. I'm pretty into this one. I'm pretty happy with this one right here. This is a cool S right here. This has been my worst one, but this one was pretty solid. This one I think needs some more work. That it's not nothing. It's not nothing. I think it's something. I think it's something. I think it's something. Go away, go away. I need some water is what I need. All right. Let's try this again. Let's see what I've learned from these. This is too flat. This is too flat of a trajectory. So let's... And then... I should not be trying to do this free. So, Esberry Ressa asks, how do you continue making more when you see an attempt you're not proud of? Personally, I would obsess over trying to make it work and not move on. Strange how others do it differently. So, you might notice that this is probably a lot of why I choose the artistic mediums that I work in. Is that I choose artistic mediums that favor doing more attempts. What do I want to do with this one? And so what this means is that if you choose to work with a medium where new attempts are cheap and retreading is challenging, you just have to finish the work. This is non-trivially part of why I like doing live streams as opposed to doing edited YouTube videos, is that I know myself, and it is actually worth saying, Asperry, my other job is that I am an editor. I am an editor, which is a artistic medium that rewards obsession. And so non-trivially, I do my VTubing in a way that is very different from how I do my editing, from how I do my day job. I have kind of designed my VTubing to be an escape from how I live my life normally. And so that's honestly quite a lot of it. That's honestly quite a lot of it. And another part of it, of course, is that the obsessiveness, so to speak, the perfectionism, because I do have a very bad perfectionist streak. I'm a very, very nasty perfectionist. My perfectionist streak is instead channeled into criticizing my previous work, right? It is instead of and I should also probably say Asperi, that VTubing, and specifically streaming as the type of VTubing that I do, because there are people who VTube in ways that do not involve a particular amount of streaming. VTubing, my streaming, I should say, the actual art that I am doing, you are being fooled. You are being fooled. This is an illusion. This is an illusion. This is not my art. Oh, hold on. My microphone is on camera. This is not my art. The stream is my art. This is my paint. This is my paint. This is not the art itself. This is not the final product. This is just the tools that I am using to create a stream. The actual artistic product is the part where I try to keep things moving. And so it becomes very apparent if I am playing a video game in particular to compare how I play an RPG or a survival horror game on stream to how I play it off stream. If I'm playing off stream, I am very obsessive about optimal play. I am very concerned with maxing out everything, with not missing any items. When I play on stream, when I played, for example, Signalis. When I played Signalis on stream, I was very much thinking while I was playing it about keeping things moving. The phrasing that I hear is good radio versus bad radio is what I think about. It's simply bad radio to obsessively check every single room and gnaw over it until everybody is bored. It is much better to kind of keep the narrative moving. And Insane Asylum is not wrong. Insane Asylum is not wrong at all. Warframe is my most played video game of all time, by a pretty considerable margin. And any Warframe player worth their salt will figure out pretty quickly that the maps themselves are a very, very replenishable resource. They're a very, very replenishable resource. And so efficient play in Warframe does not involve combing over individual levels particularly tightly. It involves hitting only the highlights of levels and then generating new levels rapidly. And yes, I am MR30. I guess I'm Legendary 1. I can't remember if I'm Legendary 1 or MR30. I'm not Legendary 2. But I have 3,000 hours of Warframe. So, you know, not wrong. Not wrong there at all. 9.5K hours. Okay. It's very rare for me to find somebody who has a lot more hours than me. You're one of like 5 that I've ever met. The game of the 0.02% upgrades? Perhaps. Hello, Sensational. Hello. How are you doing tonight, my friend? How are you doing? How are you doing? I have not shown off your work tonight, by the way, Sensational, if you were wondering. Oh, that's very good. That's very good. I'm feeling very calm today. I'm feeling very calm right now. I am working on some new techniques. And it's always very satisfying to be exploring new spaces, right? At least for me, I kind of always feel my most comfortable when I'm in a novel space. I think this one turned out well, and this one turned out well. I think this one turned out very, very poorly. I think this one turned out very poorly. This one's mediocre. This one's okay. These two I feel pretty good about. I'm trying to figure out what lessons to learn from them at the moment. I think that only doing 2 core lines was good. You like 4? Okay. Okay. I'm less satisfied with this part, even though I liked writing it a lot. As a writing experience, this was very fun. Admittedly, my opinion kind of shifts when I see it on camera, when I look at my OBS output as compared to when I look at it in front of me. Not quite sure why that is. It's very strange. I think it is because when I am seeing it on screen, I can't focus in quite the same way that I can with the ones that are physically in front of me. I can't do the good old eye zoom trick nearly as much. But yes, folks should know that Sensational is my model artist. Yes, it does create a bit of a challenge for me as a person who is streaming traditional arts, where I will be painting models or I'll be painting models or doing calligraphy, and my theory about what something looks like is based on what I'm seeing with my hand, what I'm seeing in my hand in front of me. And that's not what the people on the other side of the screen are quite seeing as much. You think 4 is better than 2, is better than 3, is better than 5, is better than 1. You liked 5 better than 1. Interesting. I think 3 is by far the worst. And 3 in non-trivially, it's because my hands clearly shook while I was doing it. I clearly had some shakiness there. So let's try something here. Let's do a little bit of a false Cadel there, which I kind of beefed it on the false Cadel, but I think a false Cadel would be a good step there. Let's try a more me way of doing this. Ooh, you like 3 that much? Huh, interesting. Interesting. I really feel like 3 is the weakest. There we go. This is a little bit more my kind of style of doing things. To do this this thing right here. I'm looking at Rossi exemplars from 1598. And there we go. I like that. There's definitely work to do here. There we go. You love that? Okay, interesting, interesting. This is shaky up here. This is poor. This is just bad for reasons that have nothing to do with design considerations, that have everything to do with just a little bit of sloppiness. There we go. I actually kind of like that. We are getting hit with commercials in a moment, so I'm going to be trying out some more cool S's when we get back. I'm also going to let Lightbox cool down for a moment, so enjoy the fan art gallery, and I'll be back in a minute. I am back. I am back. Yeah, I love the fan art gallery. I love the fan art gallery. It's honestly legitimately one of the best decisions I made as a streamer was to do that. Uh it's a bit behind at the moment. There's probably like now like 15 things to add to it. Uh but I love having it, right? I love having that little bath. I love having it. Ah, all right. Okay. Lightbox Coon is still pretty hot, but it's not scalding me anymore. I've had this lightbox for a long time, and I am pretty sure that if I got it replaced with one that had, what is the word I'm looking for here? LEDs. That was LED based. It would be considerably less hot for the same amount of brightness. Hold on, let's save for a second here. I have a very bad habit when I'm working at my desk of slowly rotating my body to put more of my elbow on the table, which hurts my elbow. It's like I said, it's a very bad habit of mine. There we go. That should be good. And the lighting is great. That's very good. That's very good, Sen. I have been thinking about making some improvements to my lighting situation. And it's good to know that the light box itself is very good. The ring light I'm using, I can think of a very obvious improvement that I could make to it. And the thing that's stopping me is arms. My armature situation is a little complicated. So let's see. So I was going to do, and then let's do a false Cadel over here. Thank you, Insane Asylum. Thank you, Insane. I actually really appreciate that. I think this is true of a lot of folks. It's very easy to feel self-conscious about your body, and for my own parts, I worry about my fingers. I think my fingers look a little, they're a little bit bent. And it makes me somewhat self-conscious. So knowing that people like the kind of ultimate result is very flattering. Very flattering. So I really appreciate the kind words. Okay. We've got some work to do here, but I think this is getting somewhere. But I think there's a little bit of a misbalance here. I think that this top is actually really cool, and I like doing this on the bottom, but I think that there's a misbalance around this part right here, so I can play around with that a little bit more. So let's try this, and then Fighting very hard to keep the parallels nice and parallel. I think that's okay, but I'm not... Okay, there's going to be a limit on what I can do with doing this kind of parallels right here. That's going to create a very distinct limit on my ability to round out down here. So that's a problem. That's a problem. And let's... I like the idea of this upper part, but I think I want it to go lower. Messed up the parallels right there, but that's all right. We'll keep on working on that. Let's think about this. I think that's a little bit better. That's worse. That's worse. It's something, but it's going to require a lot more experimentation to produce something I'm actually happy with here. Let's crack my fingers a little bit. There we go. There we go. Let's take a look at how's my pen doing on ink? I could feel that in my bones, that we were getting low. I feel that in my bones. Let's fill up again. Let's fill up again. Let me just grab a syringe. Clean syringe. Because I have a syringe right here that has orange ink in it, which is not what I'm hoping for. Syringe, and then syringe, and then close. And up. I've got to close up my desiccator, and let's get the black ink in there. And assemble. And pen over there. Go. I just kind of suspect that people might like to watch that when that happens. Let me put... Okay. There's the pen. Reassembled. And let's get this out of the way before it makes me too nervous. That's always a... I probably should move the camera when I'm doing that. Right, that would be the much more sane thing to do. But alright, let's do some more. And how much wetter it is coming out now, that's a real challenge. Let's try only crowding from the bottom. Let's not use the band that I've been relying on so far. It's something, but I think it's got more to go. I think we've got more to go here. Not sure about this whole idea here. You know what? I've been calling them to converge on the hairlines, like this one, because I'm basing this on the Rossi exemplars. But I think that might just be foolish. It might just be foolishness on my part. Let's try having them meet earlier. Okay. I have no idea what that was about. We're just trying things out here. try. I kind of like that. I kind of like that. This was silly. This was silly. I was trying something here and it didn't work at all. It didn't work at all. But I think this worked. I think this is working for me quite well. I think I like this quite a bit. I think there's some issues down here. These I didn't do a good job keeping parallel. They should be kept much more parallel. Which is a trick, right? It's a trick. No good at all. No good at all. No good at all. I'm not gonna try to finish that one out. Not even close. Let's see about this. It's similar, and then crash right into it. And then no good, but maybe there's something to be done here. I kind of like this idea. I think I've been focusing too much on the convergence element of it, and I think the convergence is a trap. I think the trying to get them all to come together into a singular bound point, like they're a knotted rope, is the trap. I think that is. I think that's holding me back as a conceit. Not sure what I'm doing there. This is pretty cool. This one's pretty good. This one's pretty good. Not 100% sold on it, but I think it's pretty good. Let's. Okay, here we go. I moved my camera around a little bit to well, to move it around a little bit, to adjust so it wouldn't get hit by the paper as much. Alright, and let's... Ooh. This one... This one involves a lot less new stuff for me. It involves a lot more working with principles that I'm already pretty comfortable with, but I think it turned out really well. I think leaving it fractured was probably better. Let's get down here. This false Cadel thing I like quite a bit. You know what's another option for me to do here? That's pretty good. I think that's pretty good. Curl up there. I think this is my best one so far, except for the fact that I did a very poor job at drawing those little crescent moons. Oh, Reaplugs just gave me a shout out. Reaplugs just gave me a little shout out. I hope she's doing well. Let's think about this. What am I doing next? What am I doing next? think this has so far been my favorite variation to date. I think this is my coolest S. I think this one's my coolest. This is the coolest of the coolesses. It's a little bit less elaborate than some of the other ones, but I do think it actually turned out very well. I like the balance in it quite a bit. I like that quite a bit. Now let's take a look around. Jay Bauman, very cool, yeah. I wonder if I'm going to screw up the coalesce. Literally forgot how to draw the coalesce. Hello, Soldat. Hello, Soldat. Hello, Soldat. I'm literally gonna have to look up how to draw the coalesce because I literally forgot how to do it. Coolesce. Right, it's this way. I messed up. This was the part that I forgot. Still did it wrong. Let's see, there we go. There we go. There we go. That's the way you do it. Goofy. Wonder if I can make it look calligraphied a little bit better. And that's a B. It's a B. The coolesce is defeating me in a way that proper Cadels are not. Let's get back to practice. Let's go back to the older version. More historical. line mistake there. One would need a background in calligraphy to adequately manage a freehand Celtic cross. Maybe. I've been painting minis on the stream lately. I really enjoy it. You know, I wouldn't keep doing it if it wasn't for the fact that I'm really having a lovely time with it. Not sold on this one. I can tell you that I wouldn't be able to freehand a Celtic cross, and I feel like I'm doing relatively well with my freehanding with my minis, all things considered. Considering my lack of other aptitudes, I think I'm doing all right. Which is funny, right? Because a lot of the appeal to me with miniatures is that I need to do very little that could reasonably be considered freehanding. Yeah, this is definitely my coolest death so far. Oh. Taking a break from medieval, but looking at doing some 12th to 13th century Varangian Guard. Historically, the majority by then would be English, not Russian or Scandinavian, hence the interesting crosses. Interesting, interesting. I did not know that. I did not know that. Interesting. And yes, folks, I do paint miniatures pretty frequently on stream. And I've been painting Romans, ancient Romans primarily. I have painted some Eldar and some necromantic Romans, but mostly they have been historical Romans lately because I have a box of 100 of them. I have a box of 100 historical late Republican Romans. So I've got a lot of work left to do. I've got a lot of work left to do on my historicals before Yes, I have some necromantic Romans. Let me pull one down. Give me a second. Okay. I've got my no. It's all good, Soldat. It's all good, Soldat. The stream is the content. The calligraphy is the tool. But yes, these are from Conquest, Last Argument of Kings. Let me turn off Lightbox Coon. That's definitely interfering with the turn off Lightbox Coon for a moment and get my other light source set up a little bit better. But yes, they are necromantic Romans. The Conquest Last Argument of Kings has a faction. Yes. Hold on, let me reset it. That was not very good. Autofocus is betraying me, as ever. Autofocus. Why are you like this? There we go. Yes, there's a faction in Conquest that is the Old Dominion. They are ancient Romans who did the traditional JRPG thing and traveled to the realm of the gods and slaughtered the gods and have been cursed with undeath. And I was actually working on these before I got to the historical Romans. And this guy needs to get his shield put back on. But it's a little bit more obvious on this guy that you can see that his chest is exposed. I did these guys in bronze. So they've got verdigris instead of rust. I did them in bronze because I have an abiding fascination with the Bronze Age as an era. And so that felt interesting to me, right, to work on as a technique. And it made them feel older, right? It made them feel older than they had used iron. So let's move some things around here a little bit. And where did I put my dang pen? Oh, there it is. Okay. Oops, that's the pen cap. Where did I put the pen? That's a little bit alarming. I'd be very sad if I broke it. It's not particularly expensive. I just despise purchasing new things if I don't have to. A dreadful experience if I can avoid it. Also, I might step on it, right? Where did I put it? Authentically, I mean. Ah, there it is, okay. Slightly behind where I thought it was before. Okay, and Lightbox initiates, and it's a little bit too sharp of an angle, but otherwise I like it quite a bit, so... So let's make it sharper, right? Oh, wow. Okay, hold on. Hold on. I am very satisfied with this one. Less satisfied with the top component, but very satisfied with this lower component. This is a good amount of crowding. This is a very good amount of crowding. I'm very into it. I am very, very into it. I am very, very into it. Yes, you are correct, people bees. And not sold, not sold. Already not sold on that part. That's better. That's better. There we go. There we go. The elementary school S sprinkled in, yeah, yeah. Let's see. I think this is the coolest. I think this might be the ticket. There we go. That's pretty good. Let's evaluate this for a second. Let's think about this one for a second. I could use more curvature on the right side. I could use more curvature on the right side, and what else could it use? What else could it use? Alright, let's do a little bit more. I think I can do something there, but that was a bad move. There we go. Order of operations mistake. Flat out order of operations mistake. It was going really well up until that moment. Okay, that's looking pretty good to me. That's looking pretty good. Oh my. I think I'm going insane. But I think I like this one the most. Let's let that and 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 25, 25. All right, folks. I am feeling like that might be a good place for me to call a stop. I can feel... Oh, Ari Kane, VT, thank you for the follow. But I can feel myself getting a little bit tired, and I know that I have a long week ahead of me. I am... almost hits. I have a long week ahead of me, and I would like to not burn myself out. Thank you, Ari Kane. We're going to go over the schedule for a minute, though. We're not going to call it quits immediately. We're going to talk a little bit about the schedule and about what's going on here. I think there are quite a few people here who have not seen me before, and for those people, thank you for stopping by. I don't usually hold the ASMR voice this long, but I do kind of enjoy it, and the fact of the matter is that once I do it for more than about 10 minutes, it's actually kind of hard to stop. Tomorrow, I will be streaming Deep Rock Galactic. Carmelo. Carmelo, this is only 5 hours. This is only 5 hours. My previous stream before this, folks, was 11 hours. 5 hours is not so bad for me. But I do want to pace myself a little bit more this week. I have quite a bit of work outside of streaming to get done, and I can show some things from the back end of things because I think they're neat. There are two things from the back end. And Sen, is it okay if I show folks your progress? All right. So we're going to. So before I go over, let me go over schedule quickly. Tuesday, I'm doing Deep Rock Galactic with my friend Rotmost. She is very nice. She has very calming presence as well. Wednesday on the Discord. Here is the Discord. Here's the Discord. I will be showing Nazi killin' movies. We will be watching Downfall and Inglourious Bastards. I like to do double features of a very serious movie and a much less serious movie. And that looks like, I think that's going to be a very good one. I have not myself seen Downfall, but I have seen Inglourious Bastards, and I do like it quite a bit. It's actually might be my favorite Tarantino. But I am excited for Downfall. Thursday, I am doing Deltarune. I have been enjoying doing Deltarune quite a bit on stream because it has enabled me to be silly with voices. It has enabled me to be very, very silly with voices. I am doing this voice for Balse. And like, I'm going full Valley Girl for Susie, and I think it actually works really well. So I've been having a lot of fun with Deltarune. We have maybe an hour left of part 2. We're back to the castle town in part 2. So we do have a little bit of part 2 to clean up, and then we'll be doing parts 3 and 4. And then Friday at 8 p.m., not 10 p.m., 8 p.m., Bug VT, a good friend of mine, will be joining us to discuss nostalgia, her favorite topic on the planet. She loves nostalgia, she loves looking backwards, she loves to think about it. And it's a fun conversation because contrary to, I think, what people expect from me as a person who is very interested in history and dresses very conservatively, I'm actually not a very nostalgic person. My life has almost entirely gotten better the older I've gotten. It has been a more or less straight upwards trajectory for me. So, hello Diablo Taurus VT. Hello. So to me, it is it doesn't make nostalgia and I have a interesting relationship. So here folks. Good morning. I am just going over some things that people might be interested in. This is what Sensational has been cooking. Oop, it's getting pretty fragmented when I zoom in like that. I really like this square, this geometric tie. This big wide geometric tie. Yeah, hey Grim. Grim, I think that this tie will, this brick tie will go very, will be very, this looks extremely stained glassable. Such with your stream in the background. Thank you, Diablo. Thank you. Let me give the shout out to Grim. Grim made a stained glass art of me. You may have seen it in the fan arts. In the fan arts gallery. I am very, very pleased with it. Oh, Diablo Taurus, thank you for the follow. I'm not going to lie, a non-trivial percentage of why we made the model this way, of like what I was telling Sensational about it, is that I can cosplay myself. I have what Kari calls an RTX. there is an RTX of Almantas VT. I have gone to MagFest dressed as myself. There's a problem with going to a convention dressed like this. There's a big problem with it. I'm wondering how many people can figure out what that problem is. That problem is that wearing a white cable knit turtleneck and a scarf is like a million frigging degrees. Yes, it is too hot. I was doing it at MagFest and I was very uncomfortable. It was very hot to be inside the Gaylord Convention Center wearing a turtleneck, a cable knit turtleneck. So this was designed as something of a summer outfit that is a little bit more comfortable. Look at the bow tie. I like bow ties. I tend to prefer bow ties myself, which is a bit goofy for a guy with a big beard. Oh, but yes, this is what me and Sensational have been cooking. And I will show you all something else that has been a long time coming. It has been a long time coming. Oh. I now need to make thumbnails for all the bastards, but all of the VODs that I can find easily are now, they exist on YouTube. They do not entirely exist on my hard drive. I think I have a couple that have not been uploaded that I can add, but I will need to check. I think there are a couple of apocryphal ones, but I started keeping reliable VODs last fall. Like November or October, somewhere in there. I have unreliable VODs before then, but I've got reliable VODs starting in like October. By the way, these are the most important VODs. Which also means that the VODs, the other 9 streams from Dark Souls are now on YouTube. I just need to give them actual titles and thumbnails. And then I will start making them public. So that will probably be a couple weeks work because I hate making thumbnails. Because I hate making thumbnails. Actually, I kind of like making... I like making some thumbnails, but I'm not... the YouTube side of VTubing I'm very bad at. Yeah, thank you. And I will take raid targets. I have one person who let me take a look around. I've got a couple of people I could raid. Let's see. Quincat and Envy. Thank you very much. It was a pleasure to meet you, Diablo. Grimmy would be the most obvious one. Grimmy is doing Deltarune. Would people like the refresher on Deltarune? I think I'll do that. Screw it. Grimmy is one of my favorites. Grimmy is a little bit higher energy. There's not a lot of streamers who are that much lower energy than me. But we're going to do Grimmy. She is one of my favorite streamers. So please be nice to her. So if you are not subbed, That is the message. If you are subbed, that is the message. Thank you all for being here. I had a really, really lovely time. And I look forward to seeing you all tomorrow nights with Ratmost. Have a good night.